This special call meeting of the Richlands
Town Council will now come to order. Please let us stand for the invocation and the pledge. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, thank you again for the opportunity to meet tonight to conduct the business of the town of Richlands. Pray that your hand will be in everything that we do to guide us in your will and for the best interests of our citizens and all those that we affect. We're grateful for this beautiful day, for this fall weather that we're having, and pray that all the things that are pleasing to you will be addressed here tonight. In Christ Jesus' name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. Council, we have before us Roman numeral 4, additions or deletions to the agenda. This is a special called meeting. Any changes to the agenda would require a unanimous vote of the council. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Laura makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second. Mayor, we have one adjustment to that.
My mic wasn't on. Sorry, give me just 1 second.
Okay.
Just to point out at this time, there's a motion and a second to approve the agenda as presented. If there is any changes, you may want to
I'll
withdraw
amend
that.
to, as amended.
Okay.
We talking about the one we?
Yeah, did you already take it off?
No, I didn't. It's right here.
Oh, there we go. Under Section 7, the IEDA appointment, Mr. Mayor, we will remove that at this time.
Okay. There's a motion. You want to make a motion to?
Motion to approve the,
I'll amend my motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Okay. To remove IEDA.
yes.
Oh, Roman numeral 7, okay. There's a motion. Is there a second to this motion to approve the agenda as amended?
I will second that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Motion and a second. Okay. Any discussion on this motion? May we have a roll call vote, please?
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous, which is required for a special call meeting. Thank you, council. So we have an agenda before us, and we're on Roman numeral 5, scheduled public comments, and we have Ellen Elms and Henry Stiltner. I know Ellen is here. Mr. Stiltner, are you here? Henry Stiltner, are you here, sir? Okay, I don't see Mr. Stiltner in the council chambers. So this is a 5-minute time limit. Ellen, would you like to come up to the podium, please? Thank you.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak tonight. Do I get 10 minutes because the other person isn't here?
I'm sorry, we
I'm
can't
just
see
kidding.
time.
I want to, because I only have 5 minutes, I want to get straight to the point of why I'm here. And I'm here because I want to say that you will break many hearts if you decide to close the teen center. I'm here on behalf of many people who worked at different times over a 10-year period on building, growing, creating the teen center. And I want to speak to 3 different facets of the teen venture story. And I want to start with how you will break the hearts of the founders of the teen venture, and including many, many people who gave extraordinary amounts of time and effort, money in some cases. Some used their building skills voluntarily. People like Tim Wallace and John Lawson, and of course, Dr. Glenn Harrison gave us the creative vision. And I was one of the fortunate people to be asked to carry out some of his vision through creating artworks in the teen center. And the founders, the people who worked in those early years, saw it grow from just an idea into much more than that. And one of the projects I was very fortunate to work with was with Doug Branton and Michael Smith, who worked with Mike's middle school students and made plaster casts of their faces. I think there were 50 faces that were created, fired as clay faces that Doug randomly put on the wall. I came in and drew around those faces to make them into animals and plants and lots of fun imaginary things. And then for 2 weeks, kids as young as 8 years old up to 17 came in and painted them. These kids back in that day, that was probably the early 2000s, and they'll remember that always. And if you close Teen Venture and turn it into something else, all those faces are children that I guess you will have to do away with. I want to address the hearts that will be broken of the teens themselves. And from the beginning, teens have come there for different reasons. Some of those reasons have been that they're not football players, they're not cheerleaders, they're not in the band, but they're looking for a community. They're looking for other teens they can relate to. Maybe they feel they're kind of on the fringe of things. Some come because they're curious, they have talents, they want to expand them, they want to build their self-esteem. They don't know it, but that's what happens when they can get on that, in that skate park. They can climb, do rock climbing, they can make art, they can play banjos, different musicians, different types of music. And some come to be safe. Some come from homes where there's abuse in the home. Some come because they don't have anything to eat after school. Some come, maybe they've grown up with a really good family, but they're living way out on the mountain, like I do. Our son went through this. He didn't have a neighborhood to play with other kids. And some come, most come, they're finding out who they are, it's a place where they can be themselves. Are you going to take that away from our young people, our children, who need this as much as ever today? The third facet I want to mention, you'll break the hearts of our community. Our community has been fractured by many things, and some of those things have been rumors that you have not openly addressed. Times when you have met time after time, in fact, in closed sessions, executive meetings. You're not letting our community in to tell you what they feel about the Teen Center and why it's important to so many of us. Is that my 5 minutes?
Yes, I'm sorry, Ellen, it is.
I have to say one more sentence.
Ms. Helms, can you also give us your address for the record, please?
I'm sorry. It's 7902 Pea Patch Road, Jewel Ridge, Virginia. I just want to prove wrong one rumor, and that is it was rumored that the faces that are in the four corners in the teen center of the cafe were meant to be representations of the devil, and that they were, this was a rumor that flew around. And what I want to tell you, and there were many sinister things said about them, what I want to tell you is that I painted those, and the reason I painted them is because my mother, in 1937, as a child, was given an atlas, this atlas, from her grandfather, my great-grandfather, and in the cover, the inside, are the winds, the four winds and other winds that was created by a world map by Ptolemy in the time of the Greeks, having nothing to do with angels or devils or anything along those lines. I did it to honor my mother and my great-grandfather. And I ask you to open your minds, open your hearts, and open your doors. Thank you.
Ellen, thank you. Ellen, Ellen, do you have something you want to share with the council? Handout. We thank you.
I just want to give you a handout. This is a letter to the editor written a month ago by John Willis, where I think he asks some very pertinent questions
Thanks,
that
Ellen.
you may want to look over and consider in your own time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen.
Ms. Elms, I would just personally like to address us going into closed session. We can only do that, like, with a potential lawsuit. That's why we've went into closed session. But next month, we're holding a public hearing about Teen Venture, and I think it would benefit you to be here. I'm going to give a presentation on a lot of the things that you just hit on, and I'm going to answer a lot of questions for you.
And will you be doing that before or after you have made a decision about the teen center?
The decision's been made, but I'm going to give that after the public hearing.
That's why I'm here tonight. That doesn't make sense.
I think that you'll be interested in seeing the presentation.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Now, Mr. Stiltner, is Mr. Henry Stiltner here?
If he's not here, could I make one comment?
Actually, Ernest, we don't have any scheduled public comments tonight, but we will have scheduled public comments, unscheduled public comments at the October meeting. Thank you.
Well, that's after you've made the decision.
Well, just real quick, we do have to go to a public hearing before we can go to the final sale of the teen center. So the public hearing is a requirement before council ultimately will have to vote to go ahead with the sale. So tonight, we're specifically talking about an RFP for an auction company. So council will decide which company they want to go to. There'll be a public hearing, and then council will have to vote to go to sell on that property after the public hearing. You correct me if I'm wrong with any of that.
That is correct. There's not been an official decision. That would be next month when the official decision, it would have to be a public vote.
The only thing that the council had done was approve an RFP to hire an auctioneer. So we have to put that out for bid if anybody wants to, if any auctioneer in the area would bid on that. That's the only thing that we've done at this point.
Correct.
Okay.
Will there be a minimum bid?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, there would be, Pete. Okay. Thank you very much. So, as the mayor, I will suggest that all those interested in Teen Venture and the Teen Center be present at the public hearing that we will hold before our meeting on October the 14th. Is that correct?
We posted it.
We've posted that notice already on our
What
website.
time will that be, Ron?
I think it's, let me check, Mayor, just to make sure I'm telling you correctly. That is 4:45.
Do we have another public hearing that same day?
We do.
What time
There's
is that one?
45 minutes allowed for that public hearing.
How many
45 minutes.
for the Teen Venture public hearing?
Yes, sir.
So 4:45 to 5:30?
I think so. There's another public hearing that we're having on the ordinance change for zoning, or not zoning, but the ordinance change for manufactured homes that night.
Okay, okay. So the public hearing regarding the teen center will be held October the 14th. I believe that's the date, beginning at 4:45 and concluding at 5:30 on the 14th of October. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Please verify. Let the minutes reflect, please. Thank you. Okay. Okay, so Mr. Stiltner is not here. Ernest, you can definitely speak at the next meeting, okay? Thank you. All right, so we're now going to Roman numeral 6 regarding Virginia Code Section 2.2. We are going to go into executive session, if I'm correct. Is that correct? So is there a motion to move into executive session per Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A6, contract negotiations for an RFP discussion of generator financing?
So moved.
Laura makes the motion. Is there a second? Jan has the second. Is there any discussion on this motion? There being no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan? And
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous. We will reconvene in council chambers to the side. Thank you.
Mayor, and Mr. Cooch will be attending that executive session with us.
We got that wrong. We've got to add him. If he's going to join.
Well, I think we're okay, actually, I think, Rick, because we've invited
You can invite
Mr.,
him.
hold on, this is Mr. Cooch from Davenport. Sir? Davenport Company, one of our financial advisors. Thank you. Is there a motion for council to come back into open session?
So moved.
Laura makes the motion. Jan has the second. Any discussion on this motion? Hearing no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Now, is there a motion to certify that nothing was discussed in executive session other than Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A6, contract negotiations, RFP discussion for generator financing? Is there a motion to this effect? Jan makes the motion.
Second, Mr. Mayor.
Seth makes the second. Is there any discussion on this motion to certify? There being no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yeah, okay, Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. We're now back in full session. Is there any action council wishes to take at this time?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to put in the form of a motion that we approve the generator resolution for the 25-year loan with First Bank and Trust.
Thank you. Is there a second to this motion?
I'll second that.
We have a second to the motion. Is there any discussion on this motion? I will simply read the title and the first paragraph, so we'll have an idea of what the council is doing. This is a resolution authorizing a not-to-exceed $13,500,000 Town of Richlands, Virginia General Obligation Revenue Bond, Series 2025, and providing the form and details thereof. Whereas pursuant to the Public Finance Act, Chapter 26, Title 15.2 of the Code of Virginia, 1950, as amended, the Public Finance Act, the Town of Richlands, Virginia, the town, desires to issue its not exceed, desires to issue its not to exceed $13,500,000 Town of Richlands, Virginia General Obligation Revenue Series 2025 bond, the First Bank and Trust Company, the lender. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion on this motion?
Mr. Mayor, I would just like to point out, we typically have resolution numbers, and I know we had one a couple of weeks ago, so we'll need to amend the numbers that are listed here. What we would list this one as is R-2025-09-02.
All right, let me read this, and would you like me to ask for another motion, or just amend this?
That would just be if
Informational
Seth
purposes.
and Rick are okay to just amend it to accept
Yeah,
that.
absolutely.
All right, I will just read the number for the sake of clarity and for the record. This is Resolution R 2025-09-02. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion or suggestions here? Hearing none, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yeah, okay, Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Next on our agenda, we have Roman numeral 7, generator resolution approval of loan, which we have just accomplished. We're now onto the Davenport presentation. Roland Couch, that his name has left. Were there any other questions you would like to present for him to consider at this time, council? Hearing none, we will move on to Roman numeral 7, Spearhead Trails. Ron?
Yeah,
Spearhead
if it would be appropriate, Mayor, I'll read the letter that I included in your council packet.
Yes, sir.
And Steve Pike's here to speak with you on behalf of Spearhead after I finish. So on the 19th, I sent a letter, and it was the subject, request for amended ATV route access in the town of Richlands, Mayor and Town Council. I've included in your packet for your consideration an amended ATV route to provide access into the town of Richlands by Spearhead Trails. This proposed route adjustment is intended to support increased tourism, economic activity, and safe access for riders utilizing the Spearhead Trail system. The request is strictly limited to the designation of public roadways within the town limits for ATV use in accordance with VDOT standards and applicable local ordinances. Please note the following details regarding this request. There is no expectation that the town purchase or maintain any private property in connection with this request. The responsibility of the town will be limited to posting appropriate VDOT-approved signage along the newly designated ATV route enforcing existing traffic laws and ensuring public safety related to the increased ATV traffic on public roadways. Town staff will provide recommendation to council regarding which roadways are appropriate and compliant for inclusion in the amended route. That all based on the fact that council would ultimately decide to allow it or not, which there's a lot of discussion left for that. So I don't want to sound presumptuous. But again, I think Steve's here and he's ready to talk.
Mr. Pike, please come forward, sir. Thank you. Would you mind to state your name for the record, so she'll take it, please?
Sure. My name is Steve Pike. I'm the Government Relations Director with the Southwest Regional Recreation Authority. Mr. Mayor, I appreciate you allowing me to be here tonight, and I provided you all a brief packet. And I just want to start off just speaking a little bit about Southwest Regional Recreation Authority. It was created in 2008 by the General Assembly, and it was put in place to emphasize on outdoor recreation here in the 7 coalfield counties from Lee up through Tazewell and the city of Norton. In one of your handouts that's in your package, it speaks to one of the main things I wanted to point out to you is the economic impact of our trail system. So currently we have 400 miles of motorized and non-motorized trail systems within these counties. Pocahontas, town of Pocahontas, St. Paul, Coburn, Southern Gap are some of the trail systems. And I will say that Virginia Tourism recently had commissioned a firm out of Chicago to look at many points of interest here in the Commonwealth as far as tourism goes. And our trail system here in Southwest Virginia, ranked in the top 5, is one of the go-to destinations for tourism. So we're very happy with that. We see in these small towns the revitalization of these trail systems that they've been built to bringing in a lot of new businesses. We see folks, a few weekends ago, we had a large group drive all the way from Iowa. We have folks from Arkansas. We had folks from Canada. We get people travel from all over the United States to utilize the trail system. One of the other things that's been very important to us and for me, I grew up here in Southwest over in Wythe County, and my wife's from Scott, where we currently live. You know, we see a lot of our youth leaving our region and trying to find good paying jobs. And so one of the things we've done here recently, I've sat down with both the college presidents with Mountain Empire and Southwest Community College and spoke to them about workforce development opportunities and how we can partner with the colleges to generate some opportunities to keep our youth here, to create good paying jobs, because we know as the trail systems are added in these communities, more businesses come online with that. And so when we have more businesses, obviously we're going to have more opportunities to create jobs. And that's what really is very important for us, is to have a tremendous impact for the 180,000 people that live in these counties, where we can create a stronger economy and hopefully, as a result of the increased tourism activity that we see in these localities, that it's able to stabilize real estate tax. And maybe one day, if all things went really well, maybe the towns and counties can maybe drop the real estate taxes down due to the influx of tourism dollars coming in. So I think that if you speak to any of these other towns that currently have the trail systems, they'll tell you the strong impact that it's had in a good way for their communities and created better opportunities for them. So we are looking at, I've been in contact with the Pocahontas land up here adjacent to the town as a tract of property they have. It's over 4,700 acres. We would like to, have conversations with them about creating some trail systems up there, which would allow eventually riders to come into the town of Richlands. So much of this is very preliminary. Since I've been with the authority and since February of 2023, I've had citizens and the former town manager here had reached out to us over many occasions asking about the possibility of having access here in the town of Richlands. So this conversation's been going on for quite a while, working up to this point. So I'll stop there and happy to answer any questions that you have, Mr. Mayor, or any of the council members as well.
Thank you, Mr. Pike. Members of council, do you have questions for Mr. Pike? Anyone?
So I will start. Obviously, I do research anybody that comes and speaks. I try to. So I was doing a little snooping on your LinkedIn. I wanted to know, why did you make the switch over to do outdoor recreation and such? I believe you have a law enforcement background.
So it's a great question. So when I retired from the Capitol Police in 2022, and when I did retire, I was asked to come to the Southwest Regional Recreation Authority and help them move along as a state authority, which I agreed to. I wasn't really looking for a job at retirement. I was trying to build a house in Scott County.
Okay.
And had several members of the General Assembly had reached out and others asking me to do that. So I've served public service since I was 18. I was in the military, 34 years in law enforcement. So I've always had this, when the opportunity presents itself and people want my assistance, I try to step in and do that. So when I was asked to do that, that's what I did. And since then, I started as an interim director, and I've transitioned over to helping them with the government relations work, working with General Assembly.
Very good. Have you seen, let me turn this on.
Sure.
Have you seen good economic impact on the communities that you have served?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think, again, if you look at our, Pocahontas, I don't think there's a house for sale there in the community. Those are being turned into Airbnbs.
Okay.
St. Paul, you have the hotel and the other businesses that have come along, and then Southern Gap with the facilities that they have up there. So we're seeing more and more. And one thing I'll say about our trail system, we have very strict rules with our trail system. We have a waiver that's required that you fill out. You have to have a permit. They're only allowed to operate from sunrise to sunset, and that's strictly enforced. We have a team of maintenance operators that maintain the trails. We have trail rangers that patrol the trails and are there to enforce the rules. So we're very, very strict with that. You got to have helmets. You got to abide by the speed limits. No alcohol. And so we're finding more and more folks that reach out to us. They like our trails because they view it as a family-friendly trail system, and we're seeing that. So that's one positive thing that I really see moving forward. Is more people are taking opportunity to get their kids outside. And, Southwest Virginia has such wonderful beauty in the outdoor recreation. And as folks ride the trails, you've got the elk at Southern Gap. You got people see the bears and the deer and turkeys and so forth, and it's just a really good experience. So, it's we have our horse trails, we have some equestrian trails there in Scott and one over in Ridgeview. So we'd like to have our equestrian folks come out and utilize those trail systems as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Sure.
Who enforces? Do you have a ranger 24/7 to enforce that nobody's on that trail after sundown?
So obviously, we don't have personnel that's out 24 hours a day. So what we do, we monitor that with the locality. So if we get complaints, we adjust our staffing to address that. Part of what we're trying to do moving forward, the code section, when the authority was created, it gave the trail rangers multiple levels of authority. And we're right now working our way into it's called a SCOP certification. And those guys and folks will be going through that this fall. So any complaints that we get of after-hours riding, we adjust our staffing. We work with local law enforcement, and we've worked with Chief Holt and his folks in the past, too. So it's a collaborative effort. If we have problems, when we address those together.
And the signage, who's going to be responsible for paying for that? Would you guys foot the bill for that?
Well, and that's a great question. So we recently purchased a CNC machine where we can create signs. And so I think there's some opportunities moving forward where we can help out with that regard. There's also other funding opportunities out there, grants and different things that can be utilized to help cover the cost of that. So the signage is not, we haven't, there's a lot of signage out here in general as a whole. But I think marking the beginning of the trail system and the end, making those are clear. I don't think we need overwhelm the town with a lot of signs hanging everywhere. But I think whatever's decided and whatever's adequate, we can work together to make that happen.
And also, do you own the property where you're asking for this to come down through?
No, we don't. We don't own the property. So we're talking with Pocahontas Land Company. They own the big portion where we're looking at building the trail system. So any property acquisition, we would look at, working with the landowners for land use agreements for that.
So what happens if we were to approve this and they don't buy the property?
I mean, I'm assuming that
Then
the first,
nothing happens.
first step would be approval, and then we would obviously work with Spearhead to see if that property acquisition took place. I don't know that we would do a tremendous amount of work until that property
Correct.
acquisition would happen.
The financing for the property's there, Lord. The Shot Foundation will pay for the property. Up at the top of the hill, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I put this map on Facebook, and a lot of people from outside of that neighborhood are supportive, but I've had a lot of people from inside of the neighborhood say that frankly, they don't want to risk this coming through their neighborhood. Do you have any other alternatives to come into town as opposed of going through a neighborhood?
You know, we've had multiple locations, we work with VDOT and so forth, but I can tell you at this point, that's been the best location to date to utilize to come in because it has direct access to those large tracts.
I would ask that we do a public hearing in November to allow, I think October, we've got a pretty, you were here, you can see we've got a
Sure.
hefty load for October. But if we could do a public hearing in November to allow the citizens in that neighborhood to be able to have time to process, think about this, and give their opinions, I would feel more comfortable before we take a vote with that.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea because we want to make sure that we get input from everyone and I want people to ask questions and so they're fully comfortable and they understand what the trail system is about, how we manage the trail system. So we're more than happy to take part with that.
Ron, and I just have one question in regards to that. I look at this and there's probably, I'm just counting from memory, maybe this will only pass by 20 to 25 houses maximum.
I'd say that's accurate.
And you're not going to, this is it. This will be their route. They won't be allowed to go down Fifth Street, come up that way.
Well, this is, we've not had a discussion about that. So just to be clear, this is what I propose just to get them into the main
Correct.
corridor, right? Which would be Railroad Avenue, and then there's been a lot of discussion about where do we put them after that, which would be where our businesses are at, which is
Right.
Front Street, Second Street. Outside of those conversations, we've not had a lot.
Okay.
I don't anticipate that we would allow these, if council approved it, into residential areas, right?
Yeah, I think that that's our biggest thing is, obviously, you have to be able to get to town. We want to minimize the impact as much as possible. In this route, I mean, it accomplishes that. I mean, there's a large portion of this route that there's no homes on. Once you get down off of Mountain Road, you're going to pass four homes until you get to Bland Street. There's a large portion of it you're not even going to be on a home. There's a large portion of Mountain Road that doesn't have any homes on it. Right when you come out of the trailhead, and then of course when you go down Bland Street, you're going to pass a couple of homes. But it's very minimal. We'll get an actual count on the number of homes. But my one recommendation would just be, let's keep it out of the neighborhoods as much as possible. If you put it in a business district, it's much more, that's where we want people. We don't want them riding around the neighborhood. That's not the idea. Here, I know different communities are a little different. I know Ronnie lives in Bramwell, but still for the most part, they're focused on the main drag in the business section. Right. And so I think that's the focus and, to let people know. And the other part of this is I think people are concerned about noise levels and all that. But number one, nobody's going to be on here after dark. They're not going to be on the trail. So you're not going to have to worry about that. And I don't want anybody to get the misconception that we're all saying, hey, you got free reign of the town. You can ride your vehicles anywhere. We have a problem with this now. In Hidden Valley, we have people riding ATVs, UTVs, golf carts. We have a problem in this neighborhood right now of people riding ATVs, UTVs, and golf carts. That's just, if you're watching this tonight, you cannot do that. That is, you are breaking the law if you are riding an ATV, UTV, golf cart, or motorcycle inside of one of these neighborhoods right
Or anywhere in town.
anywhere in town, that's right. Not on our main
yeah.
strips, not on Kents Ridge Road, nowhere. You can't do that.
And how many times out of the calls that you take about that, how many times do we actually catch someone doing that.
I mean, I can get you those numbers. It's all dependent on where your officer, it's all,
Yeah.
that's a fluid situation.
It's luck of the
Because
draw.
we can
Right.
Yeah.
say you can't do it, but it's like speeding. You can say, don't speed, but they do it.
I have a
Oh,
suggestion.
And I'm sorry,
Go
before,
ahead.
just real quick, when we do the public hearing, I'm also asking if council would agree that we have the same way that we do letters for people who are in areas that are a rezoning request, that we send letters to the people coming off of Ninth all the way down Bland, and I'm sorry.
And I'm sorry, I'm
Fifth Street.
certainly not a graphic artist. I tried my
Fifth,
best.
yeah, the rest of Fifth. If we could send letters to the people in the homes on the trail and just kind of say, this is the request that's happening, here's the public hearing. If there's only 25, I wouldn't even mind to send a self-addressed stamped envelope in there and say, check a box and tell us your comments, so people can.
My suggestion regarding the request for a public hearing, I think it's wise. We have public hearings for many things, including we're going to have one for Team Venture, which will take up, I'm assuming, a good deal of time at our October meeting. So, Mr. Pike, you agreed that a public hearing is good?
Yes, sir,
Okay.
absolutely.
And I think that's a good thing, to hear the people. And these people in this neighborhood definitely should be heard. And anyone in town. And the other thing regarding Councilwoman Marlowe's request, if it's possible, I think it's not a bad idea to notify the people in that area. So is everyone in agreement? Mike, do we need a motion to have a public hearing or just decide? You tell me.
Yeah, if you're wanting to set one, if you're wanting to go ahead and do that for November, I would say go ahead and set the time and date. That way we have it to where if anything else comes up, that one will already be set.
Okay. Laura, what do you suggest? 5:30 maybe?
Yeah, I'm good with that. So I'll put that in the form of a motion.
And that'll be on November the 11th meeting. Is that the second Tuesday?
Yes, sir. It's
November
actual Veterans
11th
Day.
at 5:30, and also sending letters with a self-addressed stamped envelope to the people on the route here.
Well, I'm gonna tell you from my experience of this, the people living on Ninth Street that owns the property, if this happens, their property turns into gold. The same thing happened in Pocahontas. First time I went to Pocahontas, I could have bought any property probably in Pocahontas for a couple $1,000s. Even the ones living in the houses, they would have moved out. But now, in Pocahontas, there's no land for sale, nothing's for sale. It's all been bought, it's been turned into Airbnbs, or people, they just buy it and keep it, and then they'll go stay there and go ride. So it's really a game changer for us. I don't think the traffic's gonna bother the people as bad as they think, as you're thinking. I mean, I've had a few complaints over the years, and I've been on this board for about 12 years. So
How did you get it? Who invited you to be on this board?
I'm on the board.
No, who invited him to be on the board?
I'm assuming he filled out a job application and
Is it a job?
Yes, sir.
A paying job?
Yes, sir.
I didn't understand that.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I'm so sorry. I thought you were on the board.
No, sir.
So it's a paying job?
Yes,
I
sir.
think
Thank
Rick
you.
is on the board. Rick would be
I'm
his
the
boss.
chairman of
Yeah.
the Spirit.
I misunderstood that, Mr. Pike. I didn't know you were being paid to do what you're doing.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
they've had Mayor, I'm sorry. They've had a director ever since inception. Is that not correct, Mr.
Yes.
Pike?
Yes.
Mr. Pike came in and he has made a lot of good corrections in their system. I would like, Laura, I think it's just a motion, no second yet. One thing I would like to add, if it's okay with you all, if Mr. Pike is amenable to come or his designee, I would like him to come so he can answer questions. We can't answer questions. Well, Rick could, but we can't pretend to answer questions for their system. And I think that would be, if we're having a public hearing, allow them to answer questions too, because he can discuss.
I agree with
the-
that. I don't think it
Yeah.
has to be in the motion, but I
No,
invite you
I
as the
agree.
mayor to come.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And I will bring some of our other staff, our emergency management coordinator, maintenance director, director of marketing. I think,
How many people would that be?
counting myself, probably 4 or 5. And that way,
A team?
that way we can answer, questions, and I think it's good for, the collaborative conversation for the community and, and to be able to, ask the questions and have an opportunity to speak with us and other folks and talk about the good things that the trail system has brought to many of these communities. It's something in the short period of time since I've been there. It's one of the things that I really believe in as we move forward and we see the trail system expand. And right now we're building a brand new trail system in Abbs Valley. It's currently under construction. That's a huge 2 parcels there that we're currently working on, and hopefully before the end of the year we'll have that section open. And so we've had tremendous feedback from a lot of the folks there in the community. They're excited about it. And I will say this, one of the things when we got into that property, we're not always about building trails as part of it, but one of the things when we got in on these parcels there at Abbs Valley, we found a ton of trash. And so for me as a resident of the state and, loving the outdoors, I told our staff, look, we can't create a trail system, invite the public to come in, because it's about the things that you see, and I don't want people to feel like they're riding through a landfill. So we've brought in, we got a good working relationship with the Department of Corrections. We brought in folks. We've cleaned out tires. I can't tell you how many dumpster loads of trash we've taken out of their couches and everything. So as we build these trails on these properties, it's my goal, not only as we build the trails, but we're cleaning these trails up. And so it's an opportunity for people to really enjoy, the beauty that we have here in Southwest. So I know the folks there in the community, they've been excited about that part because they've seen, these illegal dump sites that's gone on for years, and now we're in there cleaning that up and getting rid of that. So that's another positive aspect about the trail system.
I do have a couple more questions, sorry. Speaking of cleaning it up, so we actually have a trailhead, the Jawbone Trail in Raven. What happened there? Like, why did you guys pull out of there? What?
Which?
Like, when it opened, it closed down pretty quickly, and then I hate saying it's a non-thought, but it's not really utilized as much. So, like, what made you guys close down shortly after opening up before you reopened again?
I'm going to have to defer that because that was before my time.
We had a right-of-way with CNX, and actually, like a mining thing come about, and we couldn't let people cross this one section of land, so we had to go back and do a reroute, pretty much, to get back to the trail. And that was the thing, there was mining on one side, and we couldn't use that, and we couldn't cross a piece that was on the permit.
Are you worried about that happening with the Pocahontas land? Because that's what they do, right?
So we, again, when I spoke to them, they're very supportive, willing to work with us. So we just get to the table with landowners and we find out what are we allowed to do and work through that, and then we execute an agreement with them. So all that's worked out on the front end.
Okay. And also an environmental study. I had reached out to your office a month or so ago and asked for that, and they were it was a pretty high charge to get that, but before the public hearing, could you make that available to the public? Because that neighborhood at the bottom of that hill, that whole area is like really prone to flooding. So I'm just wondering the environmental impact of the trail system on top of that hill. Is that going to impact the neighborhood at the bottom of the hill?
So so are you saying there is a study for this corridor already?
I would assume before you guys open it up, you do an environmental study, and if I'm assuming incorrectly,
so we would have
me.
to have that would come at a later point. So once all the properties are acquired and the agreements are executed, what we typically do now is we set up a meeting with DEQ, and then we take them onto the properties where we propose to put the trails.
Okay.
We have them go with us. And so I want to be proactive, and I want them to be with us, and they can point to the areas that are need certain adjustments made to those. Mm-hmm. And that's what we do ahead of it. So that's kind of the process that we utilize. Now, I know there's, and this question comes up all the time, is like dirt and things that are transferred from the trail to the asphalt. So one of the things we do, and it's no different Rick does this all the time, but in a construction site, typically you use like a geotech material, and you lay that down, and then on top of that, we use stone, and then that is dispersed at a, certain distance, and it's all based on the topography. And what that does is the machines hit that, it's cleaning the wheels, the debris and dirt off, and what that does is settle down in the rock, and then we create a sediment control point at the bottom. So as it rains, that filters through to the material and then goes to the sediment control point, and then on a regular basis, we clean those out, and that sediment is redeposited back on the trail system.
Oh, okay.
So that's how that's done. So if you get questions, if people are concerned about that, that's how we address those when we have those type of complaints.
So how far out are you from opening that up? Like, if we were to approve this in November, how far out are you from opening that up?
To be honest with you, I can't answer until, the landowners agree to do it. So, these are just very early preliminary, and these are just some of the steps that are necessary. We want the public input, we want the roads decided upon, and we just kind of work our way through it to get to that point.
Okay.
And if there's other issues that come up, we adjust, accordingly to those things. So we're in no, this is not I call a fire drill. We don't have to be in a hurry. We want people to be actively involved in this, and it's here to help the community of Richlands, so we want everybody involved in that conversation.
I've still got my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I have one more question.
Yes.
Okay, sure. So do you all help organize like events? I think Jeep Invasion's a big one. Is that anything you all partake in once the trails are here, or is that generally handled by an outside entity?
So a lot of the localities will create those type of events. Now, we have a brand-new marketing director that she's been on board for about a year.
Mm-hmm.
So her name's Molly Land, and Molly, we'd like for her to engage with the localities on any type of events that we can assist with and help market those to bring other tourism days or events to certain communities. I think it's, Southern Gap has one annually that they do, and some of the other areas do as well. So we want to be a partner with our communities and be helpful in that way. So anything that Molly can do to help in from a marketing standpoint, we'd be glad to help with that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any?
And I got
Go
one
ahead,
other thing
Brad.
to say. The trails are already pretty much built, Lord. People's riding them today from the top of the hill all the way back to our trail. There are people that lives on 67, that's the way they come in now, is through the trails. So getting the trails built is really no big deal. The biggest thing we'd have to do is go in and clean up trash and straighten everything out and make it look better.
Thank you. Anybody else have a comment?
I was just say, I'll second the motion for the public hearing.
All right. Laura has made the motion for a public hearing along with letters to the owners.
And I'll send out that
Landowners.
rough draft to get everybody's thoughts on it before I actually send it out. So
Okay.
we'll get a rough draft together. I'll send it out to council for council comments before we send it.
Thank you. And Seth has made the second. Is there any further discussion on this motion to hold a public hearing at 5:30 on November the 11th regarding Spirit Trails?
And it's also the letter that includes a self-addressed stamped envelope.
Yes, okay. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, Council. Mr. Pike,
Before
thank you
Mr.
for your
Pike
time.
leaves, I'd like to thank him he's helped Richlands in a few different ways that y'all probably don't even know. I know Amanda's appreciated some of the things that he's done for her, and Ron has too, so I just like to thank you for doing that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Have a nice, are you going back home tonight?
Yes, sir. Fort
In
Blackmore.
Scott County?
Yeah, Fort Blackmore in Scott County. Beautiful place, come visit.
I know where it is. I've actually been there.
And before
Visit
you
anytime.
Yes, thank you.
leaves, Rod, if any of y'all want to go ride, we'll set it up so y'all, but two can go at a time, they can.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Be happy to do that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. I'll wait till Ron gets back. He's going to say goodbye to him, I think.
I hate they lost him at the Capitol, but I'm glad we gained him here.
Would council like to go ahead or wait?
It's good.
I think we should wait for the town manager because the next thing is the
It's PCA.
PCA. Yeah, I think that's pretty important.
Well, I just wanted to make sure I'm following council's direction.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. Okay. Welcome back.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
It's okay. All right, we're on Roman numeral 7. We are on the PCA discussion, that's power cost adjustment. Sometimes that's misunderstood what it stands for. PCA. Ron?
We met with the electrical committee, and I'll just let Seth take it from here with what the electrical committee is going to suggest regarding the PCA, sir.
So we had our electrical committee meeting this week, myself, Jordan, Craig was there. Mr. Cook could not attend this meeting. We reviewed the receivables and the expenditures for the past month, and we were at about, Ronnie, correct me on the number, but about 104,000 to the good this past time. So we took in 104,000 more than we actually spent on power. We talked about it and discussed a strategy, and we want to try to help people, especially in the coldest months of the year, which would be, December, January, February. What we would like to do is we're going to leave the PCA charge where it is and reevaluate again next month. Hopefully, we continue through a mild pattern right now. And then we, as a committee, we are looking to make a reduction to the PCA sometime in December, January. So depending on what happens, and we're going to review that again, we'll bring you back the data next month. But as for this month, our recommendation to the electrical committee is that we continue to hold PCA where it is. And that based on the fact that's in anticipation that we can reduce it in the coldest months of the year, which will save people more money.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the PCA?
I just want to point out that we have an active electrical committee. That was another thing floating on Facebook that we.
And Shay's a member of it.
Yeah, I was told just ask Shay Cook because the council disbanded the electrical committee so that citizens can't find out what's going on. We have an active electrical committee with Shay Cook on as a citizen member. Craig Earls is also a citizen who is a member of this electrical committee. Jordan, Seth, and you guys actively meet present day.
Every month before a council meeting, if not more. If there's another issue that comes up or something with the project, Ron may call us in before that. But at minimum, we're going to meet once a month. And our commitment, Jordan's commitment, as a council, our commitment was we're going to review this PCA monthly. And we're not going to get in a situation we don't know what's going on. This is going to be monitored monthly. And we're going to try to make the best decision that we can for the citizens. And I'm giving you full transparency. Look, we were 104,000 positive this month. That doesn't make up for all the 1.4 million we lost last year. We're not trying, that's not our goal. We're not trying to recapture losses. That's not what we're trying to do. We want to put ourselves in a position where we can reduce this sum, and then if we don't make up enough in that month, we'll have some reserve to push us over in those coldest months of the year.
I think that's really smart, and I try to explain the PCA to people all the time that if you look technically, our electric rate is lower than AEP. However, with the PCA, which is the power cost adjustment, that all-in rate winds up being a penny more. The difference between us and AEP right now is that come December, November, whenever you guys on the electrical committee, you could do it right now. You can do it at any month. We don't have to have public hearings. We don't have, because it's not a rate. We can drop that down at the recommendation because you guys are monitoring the financials of it. You might come in here, want to drop it down. So guess what? In November, we're going to be all in lower than AEP. But coming back into March, we might be another penny higher. I think people need to understand that, and I will give it to this council that no one setting up here has ever fed us as equals up here or fed the citizens and the town administration. You guys the same way. You guys are very transparent. even when it's not the answer that we want to give to people or the answer that any of us want to hear, you're very honest about where we are financially, and that's just where the PCA is. So the PCA can come down at any time, making us, again, lower than AEP.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the PCA?
And just to reiterate, the PCA is not used to fill holes in the general fund. And if I'm saying anything that's untrue, we have the finance manager, town attorney, town manager, police chief, members of council, and the mayor who would stop me right now if I'm telling you a lie.
Plus all the audits we go through.
Plus all of the audits, the financial reviews. We've been through a forensic audit. So
You know, just again, from the electrical committee's perspective, we take it very seriously what we're trying to do. It is very serious. Ronnie does an amazing job of giving us all the detailed information and that we can bring back to you, and then as a council that we can make a decision. Of course, you can take our recommendation or not take our recommendation, but we're there to analyze that and with our citizen members try to make the best recommendation that we can. We also want to let people know that again, and Ron, his staff, if we need to set specific days up as we do get into these colder months, you can apply for that fuel assistance. And we will help you. If you don't have a computer, if you don't have the ability to do that, we're offering that to help.
And we're going to start posting those dates.
Yes.
That application period is not open yet. However, we're going to create some times where town staff can help with that.
Yes.
So we'll put that out on our social media platform, and we'll probably run it in The Voice and some local, newspapers.
And I appreciate that. And most people can do that from home, but if they can't, I think that it is a good thing for us to provide assistance for that.
I think that is a finite window too. So whenever we do figure that out, we need to roll.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and to your point, that's the reason I let the committee talk, because the committee is comprised of citizens and elected officials, and that's why I like for the committee to not come from me, but hear
Yeah,
from
absolutely.
the committee about what those recommendations are based on the review of the financials and just the current energy market, so.
And can you also?
And I want to add one thing. Having been here for quite a while, the electrical topics are fluid all the time. It's a moving target, and I want to assure you that council has always done the best it can. Thank you. Any
you-
further discussion on the PCA?
Yes, yes, sir. Can you also verify that the cutoff date is not the day after the due date of the bill? Thank you.
Are we good?
Yeah.
Any further discussion on PCA? Okay, thank you. All right, we removed IEDA appointments. We're going down to the next bullet on Roman numeral 7, 2025 Hazard Mitigation Plan Update Resolution R 2025-0901. And we have Shiloh Brooks with us tonight. Welcome, Shiloh.
Hello, I'm thankful to be here.
Thank you.
I am the Community Resilience Coordinator for the Cumberland Plateau Planning District. I just recently came on. We're doing disaster recovery relief. That's what my main objective is and what my main idea is, constantly thinking about all the time. So what's before you today is the hazard mitigation plan. Those that might have been on the council for a while might be familiar with this plan. It has to be renewed every 5 years. The main purpose of the plan is for long-term action. It reduces risk to people and property. The main important aspect of it, though, is it has to be approved to receive any FEMA assistance. That's the main purpose of it. It is, I will tell you, I don't have a printed off copy to hand you because it's 400 pages long. So there is a link I believe I shared with Susan earlier. So if any of you all want to review that hazard mitigation plan, you're more than welcome to do so. It encompasses not only Tazewell County, but also Buchanan, Dickinson, and Russell as well. So it's a pretty lengthy, pretty expansive hazard mitigation plan. It also goes over not only flooding. I know flooding is main in Richlands. I live in Cedar Bluff. I'm over here all the time, so I completely understand. I have family that lives here as well. But it also covers severe winds, winter storm, tornadoes, hail, extreme temperatures, wildfires, earthquakes, dam failures, mine floods, droughts, landslides, etc. It covers all the bases of any possible hazard that is considered in Southwest Virginia, specifically for our region. The top priorities of the plan is public safety, of course. It's also to reduce economic stress. I know that you all are actually going through an urgent need grant right now through CBDG. So this is a part of that. It's to help reduce financial strain if you all do come up on that with flooding of whatever nature. So that's what the ordinance or the resolution, I believe that is before you tonight, that has to be approved. And once we have that in our records to share with FEMA to ensure that you all are on the list to be qualified locality. Just to kind of go a little bit over some more of what I do. I also am the manager for the Virginia Disaster Assistance Fund. It's a new fund. You probably saw it in social media. The governor announced it a few weeks ago. This fund is $100 million. It's $50 million, it's $50 million. It's $25 million in what they call Part 1. Part 1 is being handled by Tazewell County. Board of Supervisors, they're handling it in their office, which covers housing damage. So this is what's considered total or major loss to a property owner. That has to be 50% or more of the equity of their home. That's just what's considered, and total loss is 100%. So if they have 100% of their equity in damage, then that's what falls under that category. The Part 2, I've actually met with some applicants in your area today. I was actually over in that conference room all day today, meeting with applicants. So it's on bridges, retaining walls, culverts. That's what that particular part of the program is for. It's also for mitigation, so people who've had mudslides. It's not for debris. Unfortunately, I know debris is a big topic of discussion, but unfortunately, this particular program is administered through DHCD and is not qualified under debris removal. But is there any questions that I know I ran through that a little fast, but I just kind of wanted to give you the overview of the program and what I do. I believe I gave Ron my contact information for each of you, so if you have any questions or if you have any applicants that you think might be considered, feel free to give them my office number or that email as well. I'd be happy to discuss with them. I don't want folks who don't qualify to try and qualify, because that just wastes their time, but I also want to make sure that no one slips through the cracks as well, so we can get them the help that they need.
Charlotte, thank you very much. This
Yeah.
was at my desk. You have this also, Ron?
I do. I put
Okay.
all the other
Oh, okay. So everybody has this? Okay, so we're good. Thank you so much. I
Great.
appreciate that.
Do
Any
you have any
questions for Shiloh?
questions?
Yeah,
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
thank you.
I'll make a motion that we approve Resolution R 2025-0901.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to approve Resolution R 2025-0901.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
This is one we'll have to amend the number, where 01 was approved 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
02 was approved earlier. This should be 03.
So it's going to be R 2025-0903.
03.
Will everybody please make a note of that? Thank you. Thanks, Laura. And I want to re-announce that to make sure we're voting on, with a motion and a second on Resolution R 2025-0903. Any discussion on this motion? There being no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yeah. Okay, Seth,
Yes.
Rick,
Yes.
Jordan,
Yes.
Jan.
Yes.
Laura.
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Now we're on to the late fee discussion. I think we had something on that already, but did we? Go ahead.
Is there a second resolution we need to do?
It's after this one.
Oh, okay.
After this one.
Right here.
Am I C-Prop?
C-Prop.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
It's
they're
coming.
coming up.
Okay.
Okay.
Late fee, it's me. Sorry, I just put candy in my mouth. So, I went through a lot of discussion with citizens about their electric bill. I get a lot of people either asking me on Facebook, in Food Lion, calling me up, asking about why their bill, and it's always, oh, my bill jumped up $500. So I pull out their bill, and I sit down with them, and there's 99% of the time an explanation. of, oh, it's your water went up. Oh, yeah, I filled up a pool. So I tell them about our one-time adjustment on the sewer, and, you know, they're happy. But I did come across a lady who, her bill was pretty consistently $700, $800, $900 in the winter. And one thing I want to point out is that I have AEP. My bill this month for AEP was $418.
For
My-
electricity, obviously.
Electricity. But my water, sewer, trash was $130. Actually forgot to pay it. Got a red slip in the mail today. I'll get on that. I'm going to have late fee. So, that's about $130. So when you add these together, it's a large amount, right? So citizens of Richlands who have electric, water, sewer, trash, it looks larger because you're getting it all in one lump sum. But anyway, this particular lady, I noticed that once she got behind last winter, her bill was like $800. That added an $80 late fee to her bill. Our late fee right now is 10%. And once you get behind like that and those kind of amounts, it's hard to get back up. So then she would pay it late the next month, which would add another $80. So when you're looking at now at her $600 bill, which is pretty comparable to mine that are separate, part of what's making her $600 is she's still catching up on $60, $70 late fee. And I think that's unfair to our citizens. I think Mr. Holt's going to tell us, I asked him to look at the other late fees. I don't think, AEP doesn't even charge a 10% late fee. So I don't know what the answer is, if we want to lower the percentage, we want to go with a flat fee. I know there has to be some sort of late fee, but I think 10%, given the amount of some of these bills, is just too high. And I'm asking council for us to have this conversation right now and decide on a lower late fee. And any recommendation you
Yeah,
want to give.
and I'm sorry.
Thank you, Laura. And Ron,
Yeah,
do you have
absolutely.
thoughts on this?
Yeah, as long as there's got to be some late fee there. I mean, there has to be some punitive measure that we can take if people regularly don't pay their bills. And obviously, I mean, most of our customers pay on time. They take a lot of pride in paying their bills on time. But there has to be some punitive measure there, because there's always that small element of folks that if you don't have it there in place, they'll take advantage of it. So I would like to suggest just keeping something there. You know, if you want to reduce it by half, I mean, you asked me to do some research, and folks, it's all over the place. So there's really no consistent, I mean, some places are higher, some places are lower, some places have a fixed late fee. So it's hard to gauge what we may do off of the municipalities around us, because again, they're all over the place.
I think it just needs to be a flat rate, like $25 or something.
Yeah. Ronnie, what do
Because-
you think? Because, like, for me, my bill's $135. I would be livid if my late fee's $25 each month. My bill, I don't know. I'm scared to be late with AEP because they'll shut my power off. But I think AEP's late fee is like $12 or something. I'm not sure what it. I'm sorry. I don't know what it is.
I was going to, Mike looked like he wanted to press the button.
Yeah, I was just going to say that this is found in town code, so if we change that, we'll need to do an ordinance change.
Was this particular customer stuck in arrears? She just never got caught up from that one?
Basically, yeah. So for me, like this month, I just forgot to pay my bill, and as stupid as that sounds, but what happened was I forgot to pay last month, and when I paid last month, in my head I thought, oh, I paid my bill, but guess what? I paid last month's bill, not this month's. But this lady I know she's on a fixed income, that regular income, so sometimes the timing of that check is just after our cutoff, like our late fee. And once it's gotten so high, I assume it's just been hard for her to pay the whole thing and to catch up on time. So that's kind of where I'm coming from with it, whether it's, you want to put it at 3% or or whatever. I don't know what
Why don't-
AEPs.
Why don't we let Mr. Holt and staff come back to us at the next meeting with a recommendation? And then we can also discuss it at the electrical committee, you know. Is there, unless you had a number in mind?
I can look up AEP right now. I mean, because I did ask for research to be done prior, or I would have done it myself. I didn't know it was like all over.
I think it's regulated.
But see, you're looking at
It's by
one thing,
ordinance, that's what
you're
he's
not,
saying.
you're looking at AEP. Okay, this is a little bit bigger now. My bill's like $1,400, so if I'm late, it's $140. See, that's what really kills me. Then, I'm not late, but if I would get late, how do I ever get caught back up? The same thing happened to this one. So the easiest part to do that is if it's $25 or if it's $15, it's gotta be something, but it's gotta be enough that people don't take advantage of it. Can I pay the $25 and be 10 days late? I mean, that's where you're getting this. And that's why it was set that way.
AEP is 1.5% late
Which is what
fee.
the state said is
I
the regulation.
I think a flat fee would be unfair to people that don't have a very big bill. I would prefer a percentage rate.
I agree with you,
So
Jim.
you're telling me that the difference is 10% to 1.5?
Well,
Yes.
it's also in a moratorium right now. It says no late fees or interest, or a bill signed by Governor Youngkin in March 2025 that says between July 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2025, the law prohibits AEP from charging residential customers any interest or late fees between those dates.
And that's currently governed by the SEC though, correct?
And we're not.
Yes. And we're not,
Correct.
right.
We're governed by ordinance, is
Right.
that correct?
Well, maybe we could at least cut that in half.
And I don't think there's a lot of pushback from us if we do reduce it by half.
I mean, what we just need to do is look at how much or how many customers are regularly late and somehow try to balance it off of that and come up with something
What
that's.
revenue impact would be.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was gonna
Which would be
suggest,
nominal.
There's a mathematical way. I'm on
That-
board with
I
that.
think everybody's right.
Yeah.
There's no wrong here. I think she's right about this. It could become impossible to overcome. And so, for some people, and I agree with Jan, just a flat rate, doesn't work because it doesn't balance correctly in my head, and I think we need a percentage. But I also think Seth has a point, and everybody else. If we, and you had asked them to research it, maybe it's all over the board, but if you could come back with a recommendation, and you can work amongst staff and also with the electoral committee.
I have a suggestion, if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
Let's look at cutting it by half, reduce it to 5%. We can bring back the financial impact to the council, and from a revenue perspective, we can show you what that's going to do, and it shouldn't be much. It should be nominal, really. I wouldn't assume that would be a lot, right? And then you can make your determination based on that. Would you agree to that?
I would like to ask Mike. Mike, it's an ordinance. We're lowering it. If we do that, how does that work, please?
Yeah, it would just still be a change in the ordinance, so it wouldn't be like a rate increase or a new tax or anything like that, so you wouldn't have to go through a public hearing or a notice in the paper, anything. It would just be to make sure that the code follows what council is desiring to do.
So, Mike, in order for us to effect this, it would have to be by ordinance, and we do not have to have a public hearing because we would be lowering it. So if
Correct.
council chooses, whatever council chooses, to go with 5%, if they were to give you direction tonight, would then you have an ordinance prepared at the October meeting?
Yes, I'll have the ordinance prepared for the first presentment. Obviously, you have to do it at 2 meetings, but I can have that ready if you want to do the 5% or whatever you all decide. I'll have that, just an amendment, and then we'll present it up and let you all discuss.
We have to present it at 2 meetings, even though it's an amendment to it?
Yeah, because it's a code change, ordinance change.
Okay.
Can you
So-
do it, like, sorry, Jordan, can you do it as like fill in the blank and can you check 1.5%, 3%, and 5%? Because
What was that again?
1.5%,
3%
cut
and
it,
5%?
3% and 5%, yes,
Okay.
please.
So the only thing I wanted to add is we should probably let Ronnie do a financial impact and come like mathematically arrive at this because it eerily sounds like when we turn the PCA off. So let's not get in that situation again. Let's do some math. I want it to be lower, but let's make sure we do our due diligence, please.
We'll bring
I
those
agree.
numbers back.
Yeah.
Well,
I
two things. I don't think we're balancing our budget based on late fee charges. But the second part is, the only thing that could be detrimental is if if you set something that's just radically too low, then what's going to happen? But we still have a trigger in place, and the trigger is when your power gets cut off, you're going to pay. So I guess that negates that. That's why I was just thinking in my mind, what happens if nobody pays?
The
There's a
power-
reasonable amount in between.
Yeah, yeah.
There's an in-between amount. So at this point, do we need to take action, or do you want direction through motion, or
I
just?
think we have the direction. I'll bring back those three options, sir. And
At the
and
October
we'll have the
meeting?
financial support to back up with the numbers.
Okay, and then you could prepare an ordinance for the November meeting. Am I understanding it correctly?
Well, the first presentment will still be in October, so what I would suggest is I would put in 5%, and of course, if you go lower, we can just change that
Okay.
number.
I follow. Fill in the blank. Okay. Council, are you acceptable to this, amenable to this? Thank you. Okay, moving along, Roman numeral 7, CPROP Farmers Market Resolution. And I want to suggest, Mike, that we probably need to change this number. I'm going to suggest R 2025-0904.
That's correct.
Does that work? Can we please make note of the change?
I spoke with everybody ahead of the meeting and let you know what this was regarding. This is the current farmer's market. We would like to redesign that area to be more of a town center with the farmer's market and include in it some flood resilient fixtures, because every time we have high water, it's carrying our tables off, it's carrying our fixtures off. We can't really do anything with landscaping, lighting. So this first round of CPROP money would be for the soft costs for the engineering. It really wouldn't be for any build-outs. And then the next fiscal year, we could get an additional $50,000 to start, including those flood resilient fixtures, lighting, sound system, those type of things. So in order to submit that application, we just need this supporting resolution.
Okay. Is there a motion to adopt Resolution R 2025-0904?
I'll make that motion.
Rick has the motion. Is there a second? Laura has the second. There's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this resolution? Okay. I only have one question. It's not about the funding at all. In the years past, we've tried 1,000 things to make that happen down there with farmers markets. And I know that Susan poured her heart and soul into it, but I don't know what came of that. Do we have any thoughts about how to make that a little more successful? I'm asking.
Right, well, our thought is to make it more of a town center where you could have other activities, where other entrepreneurs, maybe they're small business owners who want to showcase their products. There'd be a variety of folks and entrepreneurs that could come to not just the farmer's market, but again, we want to keep that element there as an option. And hopefully, if we have some success there, we can grow the farmer's market side. There was some thought, and I don't know, maybe it was you that mentioned it. If you call it a farmer's market, maybe the younger crowd, they don't understand that necessarily and say, okay, well, I don't want to go to a farmer. But if you say, hey, we have fresh fruit and produce and raw milk, whatever, they're more agreeable to come out to it. So again, I think it's more of a rebranding and maybe again grow off the success of having more folks there.
Branding is important.
That's fine.
It's more like a center in the square
Yeah.
type deal.
Yeah, that's good. Wording matters. Okay.
Yes, and branding is super important.
Absolutely.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, may we have roll call vote, please?
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Now we're on to Roman numeral 8, Finance Director Report. Ronnie?
Mr. Mayor, Town Council, I want to walk you through
The July results, first month into the new fiscal year, and I believe, Laura, you've already had some questions that Ron has forwarded me, so I'll start working on those as well.
And just so everybody knows, I sent him those questions at like 1 o'clock in the morning this morning, so he did not have time to research those.
Thank you
So
for your understanding.
I have zero expectation of those being answered tonight. That was
Sorry
my
you were
fault.
still up at that time reviewing.
It was my fault, but then my kids came down and we made it.
All right, okay, on the general fund, 848,000 net loss. That is attributable to mostly timing of revenues in real estate taxes, business licenses, and fees. That was 4.7% of budget, or $8 million. And then a net help, 14.8% of budget, or $7.1 million, from lower expenses and capital purchases in all departments. First month into the year, and probably next several months, into at least to the first quarter, we'll be seeing mostly just timing differences of both expenses and revenues until the revenues start coming in. On the water, this is reflecting the water and sewer both, some of the new rates kicking in. Year-to-date net income variance, primary results from lower revenues hurt, 17.3% of budget, or $2.3 million, and lower expenses help, 5.2% of budget, or $1.9 million. On the sewer, we had a $68,000 net income, and that is attributable to lower revenues hurt, 6.8% of budget, or $2.1 million, and that also was offset by lower expenses help, and of 3.9%, or $2.1 million, so that was pretty much flat. Timing on everything. Water sewer line maintenance, this is once again a department doesn't have a revenue stream necessarily. 58,000 net loss, and it's attributable to lower expenses help, 8.1% of budget, or $659,000, and that's all timing. Moving on to the electric without the generator, we had 121,000. This is July. We were talking, the 104 earlier was August that we were looking at this past week. Year-to-date net income variance, primary results from lower revenues hurt, 7.8% of budget, or $9.1 million, and that is offset by our lower expenses help of 6.5%, or $9.2 million. So there's your 100,000, all timing. On the electric generator by itself, this represents the second payment to Enbridge of the $1.1 million. That brings the total capital project up to $14.6 million, which includes the note, the unrestricted funds, the Tobacco Commission loan, and the $700,000 that was funded from the general fund. And these are all permanent variances for capital. Any questions on the summary income statement? On the detail, I've got a list of some line items that I'm researching. Does anybody have anything on the detail GL accounts? Okay. The next report is just the few budget amendments we've already had, and this was all related to getting the budget and the expenditures from the actuals into the appropriate fiscal years that was approved last month as budget amendments. Moving on to the reserve analysis, general fund, unreserved cash balance, $938,000. That's a $1.8 million decrease from June, and it's primarily resulting from the timing of receipt of revenues. The projected $95,000, that was a $54,000 decrease from June. On the water, it was a $545,000 unreserved balance, and that was a small decrease of $16,000 from June. And same thing on the projected $32,000, that was a $16K decrease as well. On the sewer department, unreserved cash balance, $426,000 negative. That was a $22,000 increase from June. And on the projected $1,022,000 $1,000. There was no change from June. I would expect both the sewer and the water departments, the reserve balance start to come back with the new rates in place. And then the electric fund, unreserved cash balance, this one will start to turn around as well. Negative $1,022,000, that was a $179,000 decrease from June, and it's really the timing of the activity of the purchase power, and that was offset slightly by the July net income. And then the projected surplus, not surplus, shortage, $3.5 million, that was no change from June. Any questions on the reserve analysis? Okay. The next report is the detail behind the reserve analysis. Anything I need to follow up on the individual bank balances?
Sorry, it's me.
Huh?
The only thing is, one of these, the MCNB account, did you follow up on the name change on that?
Yes.
Which,
We changed that to Shop on the Top.
On the MCNB?
is that the White Christmas one?
Yep. So it is like
Did we talk about
official?
that last month, or?
I don't know if it was last month or,
It came as a request.
Okay, all right.
so it's like officially.
Sorry about that if I missed it.
If it's
No,
not,
no.
it will be.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
It's, and then the other one, Pop-Up Richlands, I don't remember,
That one should be done, I thought.
yeah, I don't remember if you were here or not, but, yeah, we talked about,
Oh, that particular one, I was working with Jason on it. There were some monies left in there for some of the other parties, and I had suggested prorating and sending it back.
yeah,
And I don't know, we never did finish out on that one.
okay.
Do you want me to still follow that path?
Whatever you guys think, at one point, I'm sorry, Ronnie, I don't remember if it was Mr. Holt or Mr. May, but someone said that the monies in there were ours at this point.
Yeah, I do remember that.
I mean,
Because there was three different, I think we put money in, Tassel County did, and then there was another third party.
yeah, and I know one of them, so I attended all of everything with that, and I know one of them was depleted. It was specifically for one of the cohorts for women-only businesses, and that was completely depleted that night. I'm not sure about the rest of it.
Okay.
But someone, again, I don't remember if it was Mr. Holt or Mr. May, but someone did tell us when I asked about it that at this point, those grants had been expended and that money belonged to us. I don't know. I'm just telling you what was
I
told.
don't
much
recall
money we
that
talking about?
conversation, but we can, it's like $20-some thousand. We can run it down and bring back a recommendation at the next
I mean,
meeting.
figure out
Yeah.
somewhere we need to use it, recreation, whatever.
Yeah, that's
and
what-
I
move
think
it.
that was our match. Like, if I recall, I vaguely remember, I think it was Jason.
Yeah.
I think that was our match. So I think it was Thompson Charitable gave to us.
Yes,
The foundation
that's who
gave-
it was.
We matched it, Tazewell County put some in, and then the SWAM gave some additional to that first cohort.
So
So I think what we said is our match is what's left.
okay.
That's, now, we need to check all of this. This is going vaguely off memory, but I remember.
Yeah, once
all
ever
of
you
it.
figure that out, just give us a recommendation.
And,
Okay,
yeah.
sure can.
Be glad to.
Where- I've got nowhere specific for the money to go. I just don't want to see it sit there and do nothing.
I just got a text, even though Susan had to go home sick. She says, yes, it has been changed, so that should have been
Oh,
changed. We'll,
thank you,
we'll make
Susan.
sure.
Well, this
Thank you,
is this is
Susan.
in Amanda's spreadsheet, so I'm
Yeah,
wondering.
we'll figure it out, but she
Thank
just
you.
texted.
I guess they changed it to the bank, but not in our supporting
Yeah.
files.
Yeah, so there you go. Even though she's sick, she's still with us.
All right, any other questions on the reserve detail? Okay. And then the last report or schedule is just the loan balances, and I've got the tobacco commission loan, it should be on here now. I thought, no, that one hits in August, I'm sorry. So there was only a small change on one of the capital leases. No, wait, no, it's there. Electric generator, the 1,992,000. I was looking for so it started out at 2 million, but we've already made a payment. Started making monthly payments already on that. So that was the only thing that was added. Any questions on the loan balances? All right. That's all I had for the standalone monthly review.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Any questions for Ronnie before we move on?
I just want to say thanks again. I say this like every other month, but as a citizen, I every month had to pay for this information. Nobody explained it to me. I actually called Jan more often than not and said, "What is this? What does this mean?" And for you to give this publicly, free, and explain it is not only beneficial to us, but for the citizens.
I appreciate that, and it's not often I get to present 13 months in one evening.
We're deeply indebted. Thank you. We're on Roman numeral 7. We've already, Ronnie has given his report. We discussed the VDOT review update earlier. Is there anything you want to add on that? Okay. Okay. We shall move on to Roman numeral 9, Attorney Report, Enterprise Zone Ordinance. Yes, sir. Mike.
So the IEDA has been working on this. Mr. Earls did send me an email with the IEDA's request. To my understanding, this was really to be in line. I think the town of Bluefield has done this, as well as the town of Tazewell, maybe even Tazewell County.
I'm available to answer questions if you'd like me to come up, I'll be happy to.
Feel free, Craig. Come on.
I'll just explain as far as the formatting goes. We originally, actually, this enterprise zone was approved back in 2016. We had actually, last year, we had done the historical, the tourism, and the technology zone. You have to update these, to my understanding, at least every 10 years. So it came up that we needed to get this and get it in line with Tazewell County. We had only offered the business license fee abatement, and that's why I've changed the title there instead of general, because that's the only incentive that the town of Richlands has, but we've added 3 other ones.
May I say one thing, Craig, before you start? Thank you so much. We just got this tonight, is that correct? So I really, speaking on behalf of myself, I haven't really read it, but I do appreciate the explanations. Please, Craig, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, council, for allowing me to come here for the IEDA. Mr. Joseph Van sends his best. His son's 14 today, so he's out. So he sent me. So you have to put up with me. As council said, we do have the enterprise zone designation coming up. With Mr. Danielson came and spoke about that, about adjusting the boundaries to include more of the downtown area. But as part of that effort, we also wanted to take a look at the incentives that are also offered, because it's an opportunity for Mr. Danielson to take these back to the state and get those approved and, of course, codified into our this ordinance here, which is the business license regulations. For the existing incentive, which is the business license fee abatement, one of the things that the IDA looked at was, with these incentives, number one, can we bring some additional incentives in to help grow business here, make it advantageous to come here and by giving some incentives. But we also, number one, wanted to make sure that there would be no funds used up front from the town. This would be coming from future tax revenues that we would basically give back as a rebate. So one of the things that we looked at for the existing one, the existing requirement is 10 full-time employees for this, the business license fee abatement. Our recommendation is to change that to 5 to help spur new business. By lowering that down, it's hard for a small business to maybe hit that 10 threshold. So that was our recommendation for the existing, is to lower that to 5, which is reflected in the code change, subject to your approval, of course. Any questions on that one before I move on to the next one?
You're good.
All right. The next one is which is a new one, and it kind of heads right into the spearhead trails and some of the, the other areas like Pocahontas, where you have some of the, short-term housing and things like that, Airbnb and so on. But the first one here is the LTR, which is a lodging tax refund. And in your council packets, this is the existing kind of language, this local incentive index form. This is what Tim Danielson puts together, so he'll be responsible for putting this together with all the details based upon, what your decision is for this. But essentially, what this is for a portion of the lodging tax collected by the town for a qualifying business will be refunded for a 3-year period. So first year, 80%, 60% for year 2, and 40% for year 3. So you can see town of Tazewell's there for this. So basically, everything that is there, we agreed with, even if it's an existing, in our case, I don't think we have any lodging in town. So that 5% over and above would only be really going forward if you have an existing Airbnb, that type of thing. But in this case here, you can see financial value and things like that based upon the proposal here. The only slight difference that we proposed here was for the FTEs that are associated with the unit. So a 1-unit short-term house would be a 1 full-time equivalent, because normally that's a single owner, that type of thing. If you have multiple unit short-term housing, it would be a 3 FTE requirement. That was kind of our recommendation for that. All the other details we agreed with as presented.
And this is just a question, but this is only going to be for new businesses locating into the enterprise zone.
That's correct.
From whatever day we pass this forward.
That's correct.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes. The only other change that Mike made to that was that the reporting requirements, we changed to February 1st, just due to timing, of administrative timing, to make sure they can get it in after the year. They'll have 30 days and then 30 days for the town to rebate that tax. And of course, they have to be current on their taxes. They can't be behind.
Right.
There's some other requirements in there as well. Any other questions on the lodging tax refund? The next one I'm excited about, which is the meals tax refund. This would be for new businesses, in new restaurants and so on, where they would have a portion of their meals tax collected by the town that would be refunded for a 3-year incentive period, 80% for the first year, 60% for second year, and 40% for year 3. And then existing business would be an increase in meals tax calculated from the base year plus 5%. So there's some qualifications there if they are expanding their business. This is primarily for new business, but there are a few caveats there with that. But pretty much, again, with this, you're rebating new tax that's coming into the town. So the idea here is that after that year 3, the town gets to realize that full tax benefit from that particular business owner. So the town's not out anything. It helps them have additional revenue for, capital expenditures and things of that nature. That we all know those first 2 or 3 years of any business is the critical period, and this really helps support them until they can grow their customer base and survive those first 3 years.
But this one is for existing businesses as well?
Yeah.
If you increase your occupied area by 20%.
Right. So they have to be like an expanding business, yeah, if they do, and there's some rules kind of around that. But the only change that we had here over and above the existing is the reporting date again be February 1st and payout March 1st to align with tax and everything else. A 3 FTE requirement, all other details are the same. And the remaining item, which is the rehabilitated real estate tax exemption. This is a 3-year partial exemption from taxation of the increase in assessed value of a rehabilitated real estate. And it's a Virginia code here. And for the residential portion of any mixed-use building, 80% of the qualifying assessment on real property be exempted from taxation year 1, 60% year 2, and 40% of year 3. And again, there's some details here on the specifics of kind of what they have to do here to meet this one. But essentially, if you have to rehabilitate your property, and if you, it's essentially you're getting tax back on the increased in the assessment amount. You don't get the full tax amount on that rebate. It's only for basically the improved assessment based on your improvements to that property. And for this one was basically good to go as is from the county. No further recommendations from the IEDA on that one.
Thank you, Craig.
Yep.
Very much.
Yeah, the only, I guess, tricky thing here is that, with these being an ordinance change, I think we have to have 2 readings for this as well. I think Mr. Danielson plans to submit these in November as well, so just a timing.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'll defer to Mike. Mike, since we've just received this tonight, what is your recommendation?
So this would be the first presentment. Obviously, if council has any desire to make any changes, let me know prior to the October meeting, because the vote would not happen until October. So obviously, you want to read over it. We've presented it. I'll get Manager Holt some copies that he'll have in his office in case somebody wants to come by and look at it. But we'll have it for the second presentment at the October meeting and the vote then. So if there's any changes, like I said, if there's any changes that council wants to make, please let me know, and I'll add that in prior to the October, the
I've
passage.
got a question. We have 10 employees, y'all moved it to 5. But in a new business, it's hard to keep 5 full-time employees.
Not 1099, I agree completely.
I mean, I think
Yeah.
that needs to be like 2.
I would support that.
That's where I'm at on that.
Yeah, we felt like, that 10 was certainly hard to meet, and 5, for some businesses would be difficult as well. So that would be, certainly something you guys can consider, and if you want to reduce that further, that would open it up to more businesses for sure. That would be a great economic driver,
I
for
think
this
that's
incentive.
important. Having been in business here in Richlands, when we had a coal boom, which was based on the economy, I had a lot of employees. When I closed, had few employees. And I don't know that we're in that much different of an environment than we were 20 years ago. So I think that's a good idea. And Craig, this is not concerning the IEDA, but I do have a question about the enterprise zone. Were notices mailed to people that they're in the enterprise zone?
Yeah.
I've had
Sorry, Mayor,
questions about
I had
it.
some, yes, they were mailed by the county after Tim and Ashley came to the last meeting and they presented to you the proposed changes in the enterprise zone being taken from the Raven area, and we tried to apply those to the business corridor, Front and Second Street. There were some residents that said that they received a notice even as high as Mr. Hurst, and I'm unsure as to why that happened.
That's where I'm headed. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, so I've talked to at least 3 or 4 folks today, and they were concerned that there was going to be a complete rezoning of their residential neighborhood, and of course, they live in a historical area. And I told them, I'm unsure as to why those letters were sent to them, perhaps because it was so close to, the
Are
proximity.
they in the enterprise zone?
I don't, we have to get some clarity
It's hard for me
there.
to see that map. I actually got it out and looked.
Maybe they just made a mistake on the line.
Possibly, and because it's so close.
Yeah.
But the bigger thing there is, if we were going to put a business in that area, there would have to be a complete rezoning because it's currently residential. So if the enterprise zone happened to overlap in that residential area, we still couldn't put a business there because it's not currently zoned for a business. So
Right.
the town would have to go through a whole, and then we certainly don't intend to do that.
No.
So I hope that I laid as many of their concerns as I could today.
Yeah, we've had that happen before when we worked on these with the county. Sometimes you're working on this map, you stretch it out, and it accidentally, but if it doesn't apply to that property, then it
Now
doesn't
you say
affect
that
it.
it bleeds over.
Yeah.
But I wanted to clarify that because I will try to respond to these people who called me this afternoon to ask about it. And they're very concerned. They live in a residential neighborhood and they don't want business.
Right.
So I'll respond to them that they want to know, who do they talk to at the county level?
There's a public hearing on, I think, the 7th of October, I believe. It's in the letter that they received. But there's a public hearing then.
But I
They
haven't
could probably
seen it.
reach out ahead of time to Tim Danielson, yes, sir.
Well, I'll suggest they call Mr. Danielson. Is that correct?
Yes, and I'd be glad to help work them through it as well. So if you want to tell them to contact me here at Town Hall, I'll be glad to answer as many
I will,
questions as I
Ron.
could.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't concern what you're recommending to the council, Craig, or the IEDA, or the county. It's about people who are questioning that they're in the enterprise zone and they don't want to be in it.
Right.
Thank you. Any questions for Craig Earls before he?
I just appreciate you guys taking this on, Craig, and taking a look at it. I think that we've had a lack
of incentives in our enterprise zone. It's basically, you can say we got an enterprise zone, but we don't really do anything. So I think that this is definitely something that can be a benefit and it can encourage people. It's just one more tool when they're trying to recruit someone or we're trying to say, hey, we want you to open your business here. It's just one more thing to help benefit people from being a part of the community. It doesn't cost us anything. They're getting rebates of revenues that they're paying, and they don't get it all back. They get a percentage of it. That's a declining percentage for 3 years. And anybody that started a business knows the first few years of starting your business are the most difficult. So any type of rebate that you can get is a good thing. I think this is it's excellent. It doesn't cost us anything. If we get business out of it, we still make money.
It's an excellent suggestion. I do have a question, Craig, and I tried to listen and do other things here, so I'm sorry if I wasn't as attentive as I should be. On the business license fee abatement, this is for new businesses?
That's correct.
So
There is it says for a qualifying existing business, only the fee levied on the increase in gross receipts. So there's some requirements around that. So,
Okay.
like if you expand your business and your footprint of your business, that could also be included, but it's only in the expansion of your business. So it's, in other words, the existing revenue that the town would get from their business license would still be intact. It's only kind of a rebate on the new business that they bring based on that expansion.
Okay, and I get that, and I really do. I just am thinking, I have no objections to it. Let's just make it simple. We have a business that has 100 square feet. It's been here for years. It doesn't expand its footprint, but did they get anything for that?
They have to explain it.
Okay, I was just trying to understand it. Thank you. Thanks,
Yeah, that
Craig.
business license fee abatement, it's not like just a business license. It's like the tax you would have on gross receipts, for example. It can
Yes.
be a very significant amount for those businesses coming into town
Yes.
that sign up for this within the enterprise zone. It's a very lucrative deal for businesses that do want to come into town, so.
Speaking of that, I have a question. In my years in business, there was a time you just turned in a number. Then they changed it, and you had to have a certified public accountant or someone verify your figures. How do we do that now?
Turn in a number.
Based on the gross receipts, I mean, I think it's self-reporting. I don't think you can
I just know it changed, and I don't know what it is now because I haven't been in business. I was just curious.
Yeah, no, again, I can bring this back, Mayor, I'm still learning our operations every day, but.
So am I.
My understanding is that it's based on the gross receipts for that month, that's self-reported.
It is. Okay, I understand. I just was curious how that works today. Thank you.
Can we change in here, like the wording of where it says that it says you can't be delinquent on taxes in any other town? Can we add the county to that as well?
Also, you would actually have to pay your meals tax to get an abatement of that meals tax.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, I was kind of
Just throwing that out there, because that has happened a few times, yeah.
You can't get what you don't give.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was one of the
You can also
key
go to jail for
reasons
that.
behind the reporting date change as well, moving it to February to make sure that they have sufficient time to get that in so that the staff could process that effectively.
Craig, thank you, and all the
Thank
members
you.
of the IED.
And if anyone has any questions, follow-up questions, just let us know, and I'll disseminate that to the team, and we'll get back.
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So, Mike, this is considered the first presentment?
Yes.
Okay. Council, any other questions on this ordinance, proposed ordinance? And the number is correct, is that right, Mike?
Yes, that number is correct.
1001?
Yes.
Okay, so we can leave that one as it is. Thanks, sir.
Do we need to schedule that, or are you going to go ahead and schedule that for the next hearing? You need a vote to schedule a hearing? Okay, the second presentment, okay,
Do we
gotcha.
want to lower the employees, or we just go with what it is?
Definitely we want to.
Well, I think
I
Can we do
think
that
so.
now or later?
You can make the suggestion now, we can now.
Yeah.
I suggest we lower it. Because I
3.
agree. What do you want to make it? I'm good with
2
it.
employees.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
5
fine.
to 2.
Yeah.
I'd say 3.
It's hard though. You ain't gonna be able to do
You ain't
that.
never been in business if you think.
You gotta pay them
you just-
double.
All
you
right,
can't keep up
Doug,
with
calm
the
down
payroll.
over there.
That's the problem.
I do too.
What now?
You just keeping up with the payroll, a small business keeping up with the payroll and doing the payroll of two people
It's
is,
nothing.
it's hard.
Understand.
I would suggest two, but I'm open. That's what.
I'm not gonna argue, it's not a hill I'm gonna die on. I'm just, my concern is the balance of, and this might come out incorrectly, but you saw a really big boom in Russell County with a lot of big businesses opening because of the tax incentives. And as soon as those incentives went away, so did those businesses. And I don't want to, they had nothing in place to reimburse, or if you take off and we've got 100 people losing
I mean,
jobs.
these are so minuscule that nobody's gonna come and leave over an abatement of some tax. That's
Yeah.
very minimal.
I mean, it's not, like I said, it's not a hill
I'm just focused on
don't know.
trades. Like, that's what I actually think will use this the most. In my opinion, that'll be the small
Trades.
father-son startup trades, or like young. That's who I think this will help the most in the community.
I mean, they're gonna have to have a brick and mortar.
Yeah, and they
store.
eventually will.
Yeah.
I mean, turn them to bigger shops,
that's
yeah.
true. I mean, worst case scenario, you do it to two, and worst case scenario, if you've got people taking advantage, we can revisit later.
Well, you want to draw, it ain't you're looking at it, people taking advantage. You're looking at, we want to draw business to our town.
Yeah.
Give everybody every cent, every ounce of help you can
Every
to
chance
get
you
them
can,
here.
yeah.
That's what way I'm looking at
Well,
it.
this
It's
would get
not,
food trucks.
Oh, that was the other, thank you, Jordan. That was the other thing I was gonna ask, because I've actually got something about food trucks
Okay.
in my council report.
There you go.
The mills tax refund, and what I'm gonna talk to you guys about in my council report are, and Rick will tell you, I was the crazy one behind the food truck ordinance to begin with, but, and it's never happened until recently, but food trucks setting up as permanent, as just, we're not leaving, we're gonna be here for long term. So my question here, and I'll address that in my council report, but my question here is the mills tax refund. Will that include food trucks? And if it doesn't, should we alter the language? So, because some food trucks really do just come in, pass through once or twice.
No, I would not add any transient businesses not locating in the enterprise zone. This is for someone who permanently sets up an enterprise zone. That's the key to this whole thing.
So should we add, throw that in there, or?
Well, my understanding would be that it would need to be in that zone, and it would have to, it would basically need to be a standalone place instead of,
Fixed business
I don't think they
location.
could come in and just park their food truck and,
Oh, you get the
right in
milk
front of
truck.
another
Now,
business.
if
and
it was an
say-
empty lot, they rented a lot and they were a permanent business, they were paying all the taxes and fees and everything else. I'm okay with that if they were in the enterprise zone.
Yeah.
But that's different. That's not what, that's not a transient use of that.
I think they would have to be in there 100% of the time.
You're correct,
Yeah.
So
What
it
about
wouldn't
the
apply to it?
festivals? I feel like no food truck would be 100%. Are you talking about no foundation or?
No, he's saying that they would have to, like, if you did that, you're operating a business, you're paying, the town all your fees, taxes, and all the things.
Yeah.
You have a license. I mean, that's really the establishment. It's not just a food truck.
examples like Otis up at
Yep.
Tractor Supply, he's there permanent.
Yeah, correct. He
So now
more made a
would qualify
permanent establishment,
If he was in Richlands for that.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
but not just a transient setup.
If it rolls, if it's rolling, I think it's a food truck.
So did we come to a consensus on this too?
Two, I'm good with two.
I'm fine with whatever
Preferably.
anybody wants on
Two.
Twos have
And
it.
that can include the owner, correct? Like everybody on board with that?
it. If the owner works there.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Probably owners on the payroll.
I'd hope so.
I hope
Sometimes,
so.
probably not for the first 2 years, but maybe.
After 30 years, sometimes I'm not.
Exactly.
I
I
understand.
get that in-kind labor. A lot of free work.
Have we concluded our business with this enterprise zone ordinance? Thank you, Mr. Earls. We greatly appreciate you.
Thank you. I want to thank Mike for, really getting us together very quickly and everything. Amazing job.
Thank you.
It's important to point out too that the IEDA are volunteers. You guys are not, you're choosing to come here and volunteer your time to do that, and we're appreciative.
All volunteers, thank you, sir.
Yes.
We have a ton of them. I call them the unsung heroes of Richlands. Thank you. Okay, moving on to the next piece of business. We're on Roman numeral 9, opioid resolution R 2025-0903.
So
Okay.
this would be amended to 05. And
Would
back
you-
in August.
09.
0905.
Okay.
So back in August, there was the Sackler family settlement, which was approved. I did execute the necessary electronic document to show Richlands' approval of that settlement. Just as soon as I did that, I got another one, and this is for 8 different companies. They're listed there in the title. So this is the same thing as last time. It's a opioid settlement. Eric Barton, as outside counsel, was requested for Richlands to approve that settlement. Any questions about that?
I got some. Why do we even keep doing this? Have we got anything from it?
No.
So why do we even waste our time with this?
I voted no last
stuff?
time. I'm voting no tonight until we have an agreement with the county that our fire and rescue, police, whatever they want to put it toward through that, until we have something with the county that.
So, and the only thing I would say to that is that there is a deadline for October 8th on this. And Eric Barton has reached out to me, actually reached out to me today. What had happened, and this was prior to my involvement, and I think probably prior to anybody else's sitting on the council, there was an MOU executed by the town of Richlands to participate in these. The General Assembly, or at the state level, the AG's office had decided that the counties would be the ones who get the money for that. It wouldn't be any municipality individually. So this is just a request from outside counsel where we executed that MOU to approve the settlement. Obviously, if you all want to talk with the county, we're perfectly fine to do that. This doesn't necessarily penalize the county for that. It could potentially penalize the state of Virginia for not having Richlands sign on to this.
I would say this, and this is Chief Holt's field, is that, do you feel like if you made a request from your department that they would honor that, if there's something you needed for drug task force or something else?
Potentially, when we've asked questions related to it in the past, you get that in the form of your contract money that we send you for your fire and rescue. We've not asked for any additional equipment. I mean, we could.
I think we should do that. I mean, I'm gonna make a motion that we approve this resolution tonight, because at the end of the day, I hate the Sacklers. I think what they did to our area and our region it's devastating. People here we still see the ramifications of what this drug did to our area. And I want to see them be punished to the maximum. I want to pay every penny that they have to pay. Now, whether we get any of that, I think we should. But whether we do or whether we don't, I want to see and make sure that they have to pay every cent. And if by us not participating, it could damage the state or somebody from getting another penny from them, I don't want to be responsible for that. So, but I do also think, Chief, if there's something that you guys need, I think we should go to the county and say, hey, we'd like to have this. This is what we need. When I was on the Board of Supervisors, the Commonwealth Attorney at the time, not Chris, but the Commonwealth Attorney at the time used about $300,000 of that money to remodel his office and expand. That was to add some space for some additional prosecuting attorneys. But they can do whatever they want with the money.
It didn't seem right, did it?
It didn't feel right to me, but that's how it went down.
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second to adopt, Seth made the motion, Jordan
Yes.
has a second, to adopt Resolution 2025 0905. Is that correct, Mike?
That is correct, and I would just like to point out to council before we take the vote, this is a resolution. A resolution would have to be passed by 4 members of council.
Okay. So we have a resolution before us, and we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this motion before I ask for a roll call
Yes.
vote?
Ron,
Yes.
ask for stuff quickly.
Well, what I would say is this, if that's, the council wants to determine a request, I think that would be a really good time to meet with the Public Safety Committee to determine what that request would be. There's a lot of need. We have a need for a new rescue squad. We have a lot of need. We have trucks that we need, apparatus.
And
So-
rescue is one part of the grant
That's
eligible
absolutely.
items.
So if that's council's direction, I'd like to call a meeting at the Public Safety Committee to determine what that request would be.
So if that's if that's how moving forward, I'm not gonna hold us up on that, if that's what everybody wants to do. But I will say, if they deny our request, this is the last time I will vote yes on one of these resolutions.
And so you will call a meeting of the...
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
The resolution, the motion for the resolution carries. Thank you, council. Okay, if council is acceptable to this, let's get through the town manager report, and then I think we should have a quick recess. Okay. Ron, town manager
I don't have
report.
any, no scheduled comments, but I do want to thank staff. I hope the council, the town can see the hard work that all of our staff are doing. Town looks great. It's really manicured. We've caught up after that horrific month of July where nobody could mow. Town looks really good. We've started on several projects. We've completed several drainage projects that have been outstanding for 10 years or more. Staff is working really, really hard, and I want to acknowledge all of them, not just one or two independently, but just all of staff has worked super hard these last several months to get our feet underneath us, and I just continue to be in awe of our employees and their resilience, and I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank every one of them. So, and thank you,
Ron.
council, for your support.
Okay, before we go on to Roman numeral 11, I would like to call a 10-minute recess. Thank you. Member reports. Laura.
I just have two quick things. My family and we're Messianic Jewish, and today is Rosh Hashanah, which is the Jewish New Year. And I've spent our Jewish New Year here with all of you guys, so I just want to say Happy New Year to you. And second thing, the food truck ordinance, I've had a couple concerns, and myself concerned, of food trucks who may be here permanently, which was not the intent of the food truck ordinance. That was for people to come in and, go about their way. So I would like to ask that we look into amending that food truck ordinance to require them to have the business license side of it as well, if they're here over a certain amount of days, whatever council wants to decide, if that's 14 consecutive days or 14 calendar days or whatever. But, so right now, let's say I owned a restaurant. I don't want to point anyone out. Let's say I own Laura's Lollipops in the middle of town, right? And I've got a brick and mortar. I have to pay the business license tax, and I also have to pay the mills tax. And if a food truck comes in and they are setting up, like they say, hey, we're going to be here for 6 months, they're only paying the mills tax, and I think that that's not fair to our brick and mortars here in
I
town.
think I fixed this a long time ago, Lori, because they are supposed to get a business license, even if they're here one day.
A food truck, so they have to get a food truck permit. So they're paying the mills tax, but they're not paying the business license tax. And we did that because if you're only coming in here,
For a day, you don't need it.
yeah, you don't need it. Or you're coming in here maybe, 4 or 5 times a year, setting up at festivals or whatever, you don't need the business license. But if we have a truck that were to come in and say, hey, we're going to be here for 6 months, it's not fair to.
Why don't you just make it 30 days? If you're going to set up for more than 30 days, then you have to get the business license.
One thing that I would add, if I can, Mayor.
Sure.
I've talked with Laura, she expressed some concerns to me. I would make sure that's 30 calendar days, or whatever you set it at, whatever is council's wishes, but not consecutive, because then you'll have people that say, okay, well, we'll set up for 25 days, pull out for a
Right.
few days and come right back. So I would recommend calendar days, not consecutive days.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
I don't have an idea on the
I kind of
day.
wish Gary was here because there's some kind of rule on this, because, and it goes back to the health department. It falls back to the health department. But when we put the food truck at the back of the Dragon, I had to go anchor it because it was there over like 15 days. So I had to go anchor it to the ground. It had to be set up.
So there may be a rule that they're
It's a rule
violating
now.
now.
Yeah.
It's a rule now that's already in effect that goes back to the health department license.
State.
Yes, the state license.
Ron could reach out to Gary.
We'll research that piece.
Okay.
And if there's not a fix that way, we can bring it back to the next council meeting, and then maybe we can address the two ordinance.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
Thank you, that's all. I've got.
Yeah, I think it needs to be fixed. I agree with you. If they're setting up because they're not paying business license and you got a restaurant sitting here that's struggling and can't make it.
It's
and
not
the
fair.
Food truck takes
Yeah.
all their business away. I understand that.
Yeah.
And that's fair. But I'm thinking it's 14 days and it has to be anchored. If it sits in a certain spot for 14 days, it has to be anchored. Or they take their food license from the health department.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Laura, anything else? Okay. Jan? Okay. Jordan?
Sure, so just to reiterate what Ron said earlier, football game and at City Bluff Festival, got tons of comments on both the recreation facilities and the town in general, how good it looked. So I want to make sure you pass that along to everybody, how amazing everybody, just random people that hadn't been here in years, told me how good we were looking. The only other thing I want to make sure to do, got asked tons of questions about this, can we go ahead and set trick or treat tonight? Last year we did 5:30 to 8 p.m. I think that went well. There's also no school that day in
That's
Tazewell
fine.
County, so I think 5:30 to 8 p.m. October 31st, actual Halloween will be, and there's no football game. Sure.
Excellent.
I make a motion that we set trick or treat for October 31st, 2025 from 5:30 to 8 p.m.
Second. Sorry.
Jordan has a motion, Rick has a second. Any discussion on this motion to set townwide trick or treating from 5:30 to 8?
Yes.
8?
Yeah, 5:30 to 8 PM is what we did last
8
year.
p.m. on October 31st. It's a Friday night. Any discussion on this motion? Hearing no discussion, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Yeah. Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Jordan?
That's all I had. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. Rick?
I've had a few things, but over the means of the night, we've discussed most of them, so I'm good for now.
Okay. Seth?
I too am good. I don't have anything additional.
Okay. Mayor's comments. I'm really short. We just had the first day of fall. Thank you. Okay. Is there a motion to go into executive closed session for the following codes? Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A3, Property Acquisition, East First Street. Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A6, Contract Negotiations, Enbridge, Quantum, Utility Contract, Attorney, and Energy Consultant. Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A8, Consultation with Legal Counsel regarding Team Venture Update, RFP for Auctioneer, and PSA.
So moved.
Laura makes the motion. Jan has the second. Is there any discussion on this motion? May we have a roll call vote, please?
Okay, Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
And Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. We now go into executive session. Is there a motion to come back into open session?
I'll make the motion.
Rick makes the motion and Laura has the second, is that correct? Jan has the second. Okay, any discussion on this motion? There'd be no discussion. Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Gordon?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
Motion carries. We're now in open session. Is there a motion to certify that nothing was discussed other than Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A3, property acquisition, East First Street, Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A6, contract negotiations, Enbridge Quantum, utility contract attorney and energy consultant. Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A8, consultation with legal counsel, team venture update, RFP for auctioneer and PSA. By affirmatively voting or certifying that nothing was discussed other than these particular topics. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Laura makes the motion to certify.
I'll second.
Rick has the motion to second, has second to the motion. Is there any discussion on this motion? There being no discussion, roll call vote. Seth?
Yes.
Yes.
Gordon?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes.
It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Is there any action council wishes to take at this time?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to go ahead and purchase the property on East Front Street.
First Street.
First Street.
It's okay. Okay, there's a motion to purchase the property on East First Street. Is there a second?
In the amount of $2,500.
$2,500, okay. And Seth?
Second,
Is there any discussion on this motion? There being no discussion, Seth?
Yes.
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 The motion carries. It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Is there any other action council wishes to take at this time?
I'd like to make a motion that we award the auctioneer contract to Twin City Auctioneers for the sale of 217 Railroad Avenue.
Okay, thank you. There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Mayor.
Seth has the second. Is there any discussion on this motion? Hearing no discussion, will we have roll call vote? Seth?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Jordan?
Yes.
Jan?
Yes.
It is unanimous. The vote is affirmative. Thank you, council. Is there any other action council wishes to take at this time? There being no discussion or no further business for the council, is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make that motion.
Rick has the motion. Jan has the second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of adjournment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?